asina mali imali asina umsizi wayeshilo asina asina mali asina imali 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 umsizi wayeshilo asina asina mali asina mali imali imali asina imali imali
tambo wetambo tina sixotshiweka Oliver wetambo Oliver mono soja Oliver mono soja Oliver mono wetambo tina sixotshiweka Oliver wetambo sixotshiweka Oliver mono soja Oliver mono soja Oliver wetambo tina sixotshiweka Oliver wetambo tina sixotshiweka Viva Sadtu, viva! Viva ANC, viva! Viva ANC, viva! Viva SICP, viva! Viva! Viva Young Lions, viva! Viva Women's League, viva! Watita Bafazi, Watiti Mbogoto.
Mandla. These days we need to be extra careful when we mention MK. we never know which MK are you mentioning. Comrades, we're running late. Can I ask the leaders of delegations to come in so that we can start? We need to start. We're running late. You would have seen the program. We've got a gala dinner planned for later this evening. And we need to conclude today's business, failing which is going to put us in a lot of challenges in that regard. Can we do that, comrade, so that we can start in the next 10 minutes? Thank you. We can continue singing.
Doiga, 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 gushaba. Doiga, 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 gusha. Kachoina makomani singa yegubu kepitali doiga, gushabala, doiga. Oh, dachoina makomani singa yegubu kepitali doiga, gushabala. Doiga, 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 onda choina makomani singa yegubu kepitali doiga.
We have already heard that we're running late, so please, can we get to our seats? And as we all know, this is a live event, so please be at your best behavior, because the whole nation is watching you. From here to MK land. Comrades, can we all rise and start singing the national anthem, please? Who is going to lead us? I was sick last week. Afrika malupakan isu Bulawayo Isain ditanda so Yesu Kosi Sabasa Yesu Ufendi sendin vale mazwe O si buluke si jabasa Yesu si jabasa South Africa, South Africa. Uit die blauw van onze hemel, uit die diepte van ons gebergtes, waar die kransen antwoord geeft. Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. Viva Sadtu, viva! Don't sit down just yet. We still need to sing Solidarity. It's in your book. Which page is it? Page 1. Page 1.
Which one I can't? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it is coming. Yeah, so it's fine then.
Solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. When unity through the breakers march around, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
Is there one thing holding common with the greedy parasite who will dash us into serve them and will crush us with his might? Is there anything that keeps us fast to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
He who plowed the cities where they trade, turned their minds and filled the workshops and their smiles of railroad aid. Now we stand outcast and starving, means the wonders we have made, but the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. Viva Sadtu, viva! Comrades, I want the FTSs to leave the room with their car keys. It's urgent. Your cars need new branding. So please, the people are here. Yeah? Yeah. Comrades, I want to read you something from the Constitution. 12.3, 12.3.2. The PGC shall meet once during the 4-year term of office and shall be convened by the PEC. Our phones, please. Our phones. You've heard the chairperson alluded to the time constraints that we have. So, yeah, I had such a long opening speech and remarks, but I'm going to shorten it to only the first page. So bear with me. Comrades, on behalf of the PEC of the Western Cape, we welcome you to PGC 2024. Welcome, all of you. A big round of applause, please. Now, we have special guests here today, which I'm going to mention. First of all, I don't see him just yet as the president. He's coming. But we say welcome to our president, President Comrade Mapia. With him, there's an NWC member, and I want Comrade Comrade Fasiga to rise. Give a big welcome to our PGC. Comrade Fasiga is the education convener, VP. Yeah, sometimes all these, maken mens die mekaar. When you're here, it is treasurer. When you're there, it is VP. But it's the same thing. But comrade, welcome. We love you. And this is where you're from, Mos. Comrades, if you check your book, you will see the program. And in the program, you'll find that we are going to have representatives from the following organizations, and they are people from the ANC, which I don't see now. We're also going to have somebody from the SACP. We're also going to have to listen to someone from Kusatu, which I also don't see yet. We're going to have a representative from the Sadtu student chapter, if I'm not mistaken. So a warm welcome to all of you. We will see them later. But then, as I mentioned before, this PGC is because of the PEC. So I want to welcome all our regional and our branch comrades that are here today. Big round of applause for you as well. While I was writing all this down, the chairperson was looking over my shoulder and he said, Comrade Babini, did you write down that name? Look at him. What name? Well, I want him to rise. Our previous PS, Comrade Jonathan Ruston. Big round of applause. He's also in the house. Welcome, Comrade Jonathan. Comrades, our country is in the midst of very interesting times, okay? Some of you, like me, watch TV the whole night just to find out what's going to happen. Well, what I've gathered is that President Ramaphosa is still the president. Mandela, ANC, Mandela. And what I've gathered is that Comrade Toka, I don't know how to say it, milk in the coffee. What's her name again? Annelie Lotriet. Annelie Lotriet. So I am not going to talk about it now. I'm not. And then, comrades, please, if you know someone next to you likes, please, because otherwise we're not going to get today. With these few words, I'd like to declare the 24 open. So let's enjoy ourselves. Viva Sadtu, viva! Viva! Viva ANC! Viva! Viva! Viva SACP! Viva! Viva! Viva Kusatu! Viva! Viva! Wait. Comrades, next up we're going to have the lighting of the candles, and that is going to be done by Comrade Gender, which is Comrade Cheryl. Lekker ander klap vir Comrade Cheryl. Wie is die rokers in die huis? Ons soek 'n meetjie of 'n lighter asseblief. Ja. Iemand met 'n meetjie?
Ja, ja.
Ngaphela amandla angisoze ngaphela amandla aphela amandla asoze aphela amandla asoze aphela amandla ngaphela amandla angisoze ngaphela le.
Thank you, comrades. Good morning and welcome. Comrades, we come to a rather solemn part of our PGC. I'm saying solemn because originally this was just a social. Today, we are going to do it a little bit different. So I will first of all call upon the chairpersons of the 6 secretary. Could we ask the 6 chairpersons to join us in the front? We would also love to ask the chairperson of the province to also join us. If you believe and I believe, and we together pray, the Holy Spirit will come down, and Africa will be saved, and Africa will be saved, and Africa will be saved. The Holy Spirit
shall come down,
and Africa will
be saved.
Mandela.
Away to
Comrades, we're going to be lighting 6 candles. As I speak, the first one would be Boulevard. You can see it on the screen as well. I think it would be easier for me to just look there. Anyone, comrade. There are 6. So the first candle is lit for gender-based violence and femicide. We want to light this candle in memory of all those who have passed and paid the highest price, that of their lives. The many victims of gender-based violence and femicide, the most vulnerable in our society, the women, the children, the members of the LGBTIQA+ family who were brutally killed, raped, murdered, tortured. We continue to pray for their families so that they may find peace, healing, and we vow to continue the fight against gender-based violence and femicide, fighting for a just and equal society. And those belonging to vulnerable groups like the LGBTIQA+, those living with disabilities, and the albinism, as well as the elderly, can be free and lead a fulfilled, dignified life, having equal opportunities to excel. The second candle will be lit. Just go. Our rise above those challenges. In June, and as we started the month of June, we had celebrating the youth of 76 tomorrow, and it's Youth Month as well. So, as we light the section and domestic violence, we continue to pray. This is the region that I am deployed to, and she's a learner of Saldanha Bay, Diasville Primary, and so we don't want to and unharmed. Now, go down again to the next one. June month is also men's. Often when we speak of gender, we only tend to think of women. We want to say that the mental health. Today we are saying, this third candle, we pray to an end to the ongoing abuse of our women, who are abused verbally, physically, financially, emotionally. And so we are saying, so many of us are broken. We hide behind those masks. Today, it is enough. We need to become what God intended us to be, the very best. By Caro, because we had already Lydia Simons. This candle is for HIV and AIDS. In May month, the third Sunday of May, we have International Candlelight Day for those living with HIV and AIDS. Those are affected and affected. And so we must not forget that HIV and AIDS is still with us. As educators, we still have to educate our children and the communities to do ABC. Abstain, be faithful, and if you can't do that, at least condomize. So this candle is lit to pray for all those infected and affected by HIV and AIDS. We pray for an end to the stigma surrounding them, especially in their places of work, causing them to become demoralized and to lose hope. We give thanks for all the caregivers, healthcare workers, and researchers in this field in the battle against HIV and AIDS, who continuously give of themselves to better the lives of those that suffer. Now, almost done. The fifth candle will be lit by South Coast Chairperson. Lit. In the Western Cape, crime and violence is rife. And this conference is tasked to look at what it is that the union can do to mediate and to try and curb the scourge of violence. We all come from schools where we are at risk almost every day. And we have had many instances. So we are lighting this candle and to say that we must raise our voice against the evil scourge and play our part, praying that it may be curbed. Let's go to the sixth candle immediately, which will now be lit by West Coast Region.
Viva West Coast, viva!
And so we are all together as the family of Sadtu. We are living in a time, as the chairperson, deputy chairperson has alluded to, where we need to be unified. So we pray for the unity in Sadtu, especially in these difficult times. We light the sixth candle praying for the unity in Sadtu. May be the selfless and truly humble servants of the movement, and that we may serve those who have elected us and put their trust in us as we strive towards the realization of our 2030 vision of this province. I want you all to rise. Comrade Vusumzi Zweni, the chairperson of Western Cape, will you do us the honors of lighting the seventh candle? And this one is a... We want to acknowledge all those leaders and comrades who have passed away since our last conference in 2022. Comrades, it might be, we cannot display all the names because of time. Branch, those people that have passed away since 20. Call to higher service since the last conference. We know that they have 7 is a perfect number. We know that they would have wanted us to continue where they have left off of everybody in this society. May their souls rest in peace. And so,
konto wesizwe hamba kahlem konto wesizwe thina phantom konto sizmisele Uguwa transforma wona la mapunu Thina babantu bomkhonto sizimisele ukuwa transforma wona lamaphuno.
Mandla. Mandla. It is well.
With my soul, it is well, it is well with my soul.
Thank you.
There's a folder here. Look at this folder for people who have passed on.
It is well with my soul.
With my soul.
It is well. It is well with my soul.
Thank you, comrades. We take off our hats and honor those comrades of Lydia Simons who passed on between the last provincial conference and this PTC.
Can we take off our hats and caps, please?
And we honor those from Poland region who also passed on during this term under review. And lastly, comrade, although they may not be written in the books of Sadtu for now, we honor all of those who also lost their lives during this period. Thank you, comrades.
Is that all?
Yes.
Thank you, Comrade P.S. Waar staan de ik aan? Yeah, after something like this, you don't know how to start or what to do. But as they said, the show must go on. We're thinking of all our fallen comrades, yeah? And they will always be in our hearts and minds. Comrades, I just want to take you to the program and focus your eyes on number 5, where you'll see we will be having a ministerial address. But because of last night, we don't have any ministers. So I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we won't have that one. Yeah? So let's put our hands together for our chairperson, Comrade Vusi.
Abazange bambona, abazange bambona, umkwashulo, abamaziyo, abazange abasange bambo umqwashulona umqwashulo abamaziyo abazange bambona abazange bambona abazange bambona abazange bambona uvusilo abamaziyo abazange uvusilo abamaziyo abazange bambona abazange bambona
Mandla,
awethu
Mandla,
awabo
Mandla.
awabo
Viva ANC, viva.
viva
Viva ANC, viva. Viva the Congress of South African Trade Unions, viva. Viva the Congress of South African Trade Unions, viva. Viva the South African Communist Party, viva. Viva the South African Communist Party, viva. Viva to the Progressive Youth Alliance, viva. Viva to the Progressive Youth Alliance, viva. Viva to the ANC Women's League, viva. Mandla. Mandla. Comrades, good morning. We started a little bit late. Just on a lighter note, Comrade PS, when we drafted the program, we still had a parliament. Hence, we invited the minister. By the time the council starts, we only have a president. Therefore, we won't have then a ministerial address. Comrades, mine is not to address the council, but rather to open this Provincial General Council of Sadtu Western Cape 2024. Thank you to the Deputy Provincial Chairperson, Comrade Neville Jones, and I must say, daai witkop lyk baie pragtig as dit geskeer is. Who's currently chairing this session. And I must also acknowledge the president of our union, Utata Umahope Mapila, who will be with us at this council meeting. And also acknowledge the vice president. She's not a convener, comrades. I'm a sucker for using the correct terminology of the union. She is the vice president of education, Comrade Fasiga Solomons. The provincial secretary, Umamtembu Uqudeni, who distances herself from her kingship, Umtembu, Comrade Sibongile Kwazi, and the rest of the POBs that I am serving with in the province, the Provincial Executive Committee members of Sadtu in the Western Cape, the alliance leaders that we invited and those that are present, I've noticed the provincial secretary of the South African Communist Party in the province and a brand new member to the caucus in the legislature of the ANC, Comrade Upensin. Comrade, can you greet the I do follow DPT Zalapayana with social media a lot. So the movement are very excited about the, what do you call it, the generational mix of the current caucuses across all provinces, Comrade Joe. Comrade Joe might look young, but he's not a Youth League member anymore. He's left. I also want to acknowledge the leadership of the Sadtu student chapter. Where's my leader? But he is, comrade, can you greet the comrades? Thank you. Comrades, that is a very important formation of Sadtu, which primarily works in the institutions of higher learning, especially trying to mobilize and organize our to-be teachers that are going to come and join Sadtu. As we all can acknowledge, for those of us that went to college, I'm part of that generation, Gaba, who went to college for my first qualification in the teaching profession. We exactly knew, Comrade Joa, what to do when we entered the teaching profession. We came into the teaching profession and immediately joined Sadtu. We did not have to be recruited. But the dynamics have changed since then. Recruitment is critical in terms of trying to convince our young education workers to join in the importance of joining the revolutionary trade union Sadtu when they come out. And Sadtu resolved to start that process very early at the institutions of higher learning. You comrades from the student chapter then acknowledge. The members of staff of Sadtu, comrades, I have never seen a staff as dedicated as the one that is working for Sadtu. We acknowledge their hard work, the long hours that they put in. You might complain that at your school you work long hours, but it doesn't come close to the hours that these members of staff members of Sadtu work without complaining, comrades. I want the staff members to know that we don't take it for granted as leaders of Sadtu, the sacrifice that your families and yourselves make to serve Sadtu in this regard. And also invited guests, all invited guests, comrades, without mentioning their names, but more especially to the former Provincial Secretary of Sadtu, Comrade Jonathan Ruston. PS, you have already greeted the comrades. You are acknowledged and welcomed to this council meeting. And Kini, because we all come from branches, comrade. So I was a bit worried, Comrade Ju. I did not see my chairperson when the council started. So, and as I'm raising my head, the chairperson is here, Utasiya. To all the delegates, the branch chairperson, comrades, and all the delegates of Sadtu, Western Cape, to this Provincial General Council, comrades, you are all welcome, comrades. On behalf of the Provincial Executive Committee of Sadtu in the Western Cape, please receive revolutionary greetings from the Don Pasquale House. This PGC is convened exactly 17 days after the national general elections and on the eve of the 48th anniversary of the June 16 massacre. This council has an enormous task and responsibility to honestly and critically assess the outcomes of these elections and what it means for the trajectory of the National Democratic Revolution. When we went to bed last night, as the Deputy Chairperson said, I overslept this morning and I slept early last night, so some of the developments, comrades, might have missed me. But when I went to bed last night, 8 out of the 9 provinces had already announced its premier candidates, with the exception of KwaZulu-Natal. And locally, the ANC in the Western Cape announced its legislature caucus for the 7th administration. And I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate the 8 members of the ANC provincial legislature. And we hope that this new era will usher in a crop of leaders of the ANC who take their oversight role seriously in order to ensure that the DA-led provincial government is held to account for the delivery of services, especially in our townships. The dust of the elections have settled and the ANC has resolved to form a government of national unity, reminiscent of the first administration post-apartheid. In response, we must applaud the ANC-led government in how it handled the outcomes of these painful elections. After amassing just over 6 million of the votes, which means that the ANC is still the organization that the people of this country trust, although not having achieved an outright majority. For accepting the results is indicative of the growth of our democracy, and it is something that we must not take for granted. Many a country have been plunged into civil war because of leadership who cling to power and refuse to respect the outcomes of elections. Now, I had a discussion, Comrade Pierce, SSCP, at the last PEC of Sadtu, to say that for the African National Congress to come out clearly and accept the outcome of the results, as they have done over the last 6 elections, is indicative of the growth of our democracy, especially on the continent. We can't take it for granted, comrades. We know that, especially with liberation movements, with the ANC having plunged up to 40% of the electoral vote, to accept unconditionally is something that we need to applaud, comrades. However, this very critical moment presents to us the necessary platform and space to intensify the resistance against the reversal of the NDR gains and deepen the struggle for socialism. The African National Congress is always going to remain contested because it is not an ideological political party, but a nationalist movement of contested ideals. And the dominant ideas at whatever period would be those of the ruling class. So the left forces' role within the ANC and not outside of it is needed now more than ever before. Because we had a brief discussion, because I arrived late at breakfast, I was listening to the SACOM convener and the president and the deputy provincial secretary dissecting the outcomes of the election. Obviously, comrades got different views in terms of what that is. But I think, comrades, we need to take cognizance that the African National Congress is a movement which encompasses a lot of varying views within our struggle. And I'd like to think that now is not the time to abandon the ANC. And for us to be able to make a difference is to make sure that we contest within the African National Congress to change the trajectory of our national democratic revolution. Therefore, comrades, besides our self-inflicted setbacks and glaring weaknesses to ensure full functionality of what we have, the broader presence or absence of service delivery is ideological. The poverty and inequality is reproduced by an economic structure that remains untransformed, and it remains our responsibility to reclaim the ANC as the left forces in order to reposition the ANC to be able to deliver in its historic mission. As we will be celebrating Youth Day tomorrow and commemorating the 48th anniversary of the June 16 massacre, we are reminded that unemployment has reached an all-time high of 46% as of 2021. While some of these lost jobs have begun to be recovered, unemployment remains our number one crisis. No society can be sustained with 1 out of 2 people unemployed. And with that, 70% of youth unemployment, and will remain the world's most unequal society with rising levels of poverty. We shall defend and advance the class content of the National Democratic Revolution, building on workers' hard-won gains. We shall surrender nothing that belongs to workers, no matter the difficulties of the moment and the conjuncture. Remember, comrades, we said we must avoid the temptation to crow over our successes. It is in the management of these successes against the challenges of changing democratic context that we should draw a line between strategy, the ultimate goal, and tactics, the methods and actions that respond to changing immediate circumstances. This call on us to continually develop tactics for every situation that confronts us, as long as these tactics are informed by our commitment to our strategic goal and Sadtu's Vision 2030. We must intensify our call for the reconfiguration of the alliance more than ever before and participate in the radical renewal of the African National Congress in the process. We must intensify our focus on building unity of the working class and continue to call for the South African Communist Party to rescue the people's movement. Lastly, comrades, the militarization of international relations by the world's biggest military conglomerate, NATO and the USA, and attacks on the sovereignty of others must be condemned and rejected. This only benefits the global military complex that suppress and oppress us all over the world. The provocation towards Russia and China is a threat to world peace and stability for the benefit of military complex and against the bipolar world. We call for workers' unity against apartheid state of Israel, as well as the ending of the blockade and sovereign aggression against the people of Cuba and Venezuela by the US imperialists. The people of Eswatini are being killed and persecuted. We call as Sadtu for solidarity with the people of Eswatini. Councillors, I want to invite you to attentively listen to the Secretariat report that is going to be tabled later today. It paints a painful picture of the state of our branches in the province. It will be our priority on how we resolve to rebuild our branches between now and the next provincial conference, comrades. When the Secretariat tables the report, comrades, and also the credentials to this council meeting, it will give you an understanding of the state of our branches and the task that is upon us as leaders of Sadtu in the province to rebuild the organization. There is a party that comrades mentioned here, the MK party, which did something that we've never seen in general elections before. A party of less than 5 months old, without any constitution whatsoever that I know of, or manifesto, amassing the number of votes that they had. And in my limited understanding, comrades, the only conclusion that I can come to was that this is the very same faction within the African National Congress that lost out in 2017. So it was easy. With the state of the branches of the ANC as they are, it was very easy for them to mobilize those disgruntled members of the ANC to vote against the ANC. So Sadtu is extremely, especially our Sadtu in the Western Cape, is extremely vulnerable, comrades. We don't have branches. You need to be honest with that. We don't have branches. And we cannot function as a trade union without branches. That is the bedrock of our organization. With these few words, I wish the gathering the best as you deliberate on one of the next frontiers we should conquer in pursuit of the aspirations of the poor and oppressed people of our country, to build on working class unity for economic liberation towards socialism. Amandla! Amandla! Sorry, comrades. Just before Comrade Neville stands up, you may sit down, Comrade Deputy Chairperson, lest I continue and chair the meeting. Right, we are invited, comrades. Sadtu is live on a number of social media this morning. We are live on Facebook. The link is Sadtu National Office on Twitter, on YouTube, and on the Sadtu online TV. We are invited then to follow those sites. Amandla! inzima lendlela inameva inzima lendlela inameva iyahlaba sizozabalaza inzima lendlela inameva iyahlaba inzima lendlela inameva iyahlaba
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. Comrades, we're speeding ahead. And next up, we're going to have the PS with number 6, 7, and 8. PS.
Ixesha lisondele phakama Sadtu ixesha lisondele Where's this folder? Where's the folder with this? Where's that folder we are working from? Which Okay, it's fine. It's fine, I will use the book. I'm looking for the folder. Okay, it's fine. Amandla! Amandla! Viva Sadtu, viva! Viva Sadtu, viva! Viva Boulevard, viva! Viva Coastal, viva! Viva Karu, viva! Viva Lydia Simons, viva! Viva South Coast, viva! Viva West Coast, viva! Viva the ANC, viva! Viva COSATU, viva! Viva the SACP, viva! Viva the Revolutionary Youth Alliance, viva! Thank you, comrades. The notice convening this PGC is on page 2 of your pack. The notice, comrades, was sent out on the 22nd of April 2024. And it reads thus: notice convening the PGC. Please be advised of the PGC scheduled to be held as follows: Saturday to Sunday, 15 to 16 June 2024. Time 9 o'clock on the first day at the Garden Court, Nelson Mandela Boulevard, Cape Town. Comrades, I just want to emphasize Clause 12.3.1 of the Sadtu Constitution as amended in September 2019, as well as clause 10.3.5C of the Sadtu Constitution. The first one says the Provincial General Council shall consist of the provincial office bearers, regional chairperson and secretaries, branch chairpersons, and one additional branch delegate per 500 paid-up members or part thereof, provided that each branch shall be entitled to at least one additional delegate. Branches are reminded that clause 10.3.5 and 10.4.4 stipulate that delegates to the PGC are elected in a branch mass meeting or a site steward council. Comrades, I want to emphasize that because while the Constitution provides for an additional delegate for each and every branch, here today we have branches with only the chairperson for a day to hold a branch mass meeting or a site steward council. Not an accident, because the majority of the branches seated here today don't hold those meetings. It's unusual for me to say this while reading the notice of the meeting. But I must analyze, comrades. What does that democratic in Sadtu mean? It means that as chairpersons and secretaries of branches, we are not representing ourselves. We are representing the members. This meeting, we are not coming just as chairpersons. Any mandate that we are bringing is supposed to come from the general members. Hence, a democratically elected PGC, it doesn't impose the second delegate on the PGC, but branches are supposed to do that democratically by nominating one of the comrades they want to be here. Of the state, as the chairperson has said, of
Sorry,
our
no,
province. So,
yes, no.
yes. So, comrades, branches are to please ensure that the additional delegate reflects in terms of the NGC resolution. This PGC, comrades, is to ratify decisions of the PEC and adopt policy issues of major importance in between provincial conferences. Chairperson, we move for the adoption of the notice convening this PGC.
Thanks. Sorry, comrades. We should have started with explaining these cards, but I don't want to explain the cards to PEC members. Japi, you don't raise the red one. You're confusing me. Council members, we've got a seconder from South Coast, Lydia Simons, almost at Rabo, Boulevard, Karua, and I can't see the branch. What's the name of the prayer branch? And Mitchell's Plain, Nenyanga. And so we've got a resolution, PS.
Thank you, comrade.
Mandela, 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 Mandela. Yeah, good morning. Just needing to check that everybody's awake, Comrade Babine. Comrades, the Secretariat is going to deal with the credentials, and I hope that all the delegates sign the attendance register. So the credentials that we have in front of us, we've got the Provincial Working Committee that consists of the chairperson, Comrade Zweni, the credentials, speaking to page 30. The Deputy Chairperson, Comrade Neville Jones, the Provincial Secretary, Sibongile Kwasi, the Deputy Provincial Secretary, Kenneth Williams, Janita, Education Convener, Ingrid Lucas, the Gender Convener, Cheryl Hendricks, and the second convener, Comrade Nskabis, which gives us 8 with a split of 4-4. Now, if we go to the different regions, we start off with Boland. We will see at the bottom that Boland qualified for 16. On the right-hand side, you will see that the 20 is what they actually qualified, but according to the last PEC, that was the totals that they qualified. Because of a lot of reasons, I think that the Provincial Secretary referred to and will refer to in the Secretariat report. From Boland, who's expecting 16, they are 15 at the moment. They've got 9 males and 6 females. From Coastal, we are expecting 20. At the moment, they are 19 with 10 males and 9 females. There's still one of the delegates that didn't arrive yet. From Lydia Simon, we expect 23 delegates. We've got 12 males and 10 females, which gives them a total of 22. Still one person, I think is the chairperson, that is still on her way from a bereavement. Then from Karoo was expected to have 6 delegates. They got 4 males and 2 females, so they are full house. West Coast are supposed to be 11. They've got 4 males and 5 females, and then we've got an apology from the N7 chairperson and the West Coast College chairperson, so they are 9. Then from South Coast, they are expected to be 11 delegates. They've got 8 males and 3 females, so all of South Coast is in the house. Then we've got, all in all in the house, we've got 51 males and 39 females. Yeah, I'm hearing a shoo from the gender convener. 51 males and 39 females. That will give us a total of 90 delegates at the moment, with the 5 they don't arrive yet. So, Chairperson, that is the credentials. With the apologies, I would just want to take us to 12.3.4. That is saying that the majority of branches present shall constitute a quorum. And, Chairperson, we are a quorum, and therefore the Secretariat will move for the adoption of the credentials and the apologies as presented. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, DPS. Council, Comrade Secretary Karoo. Sorry, Comrade. Because we're recording, I would love It's a pity that we don't have a mic here. Do we have another mic here? Oh, there's a mic. And comrades, when you get to the mic, introduce yourself. Vusum Zizweni, Chairperson, Western Cape, for record purposes.
Listening is a skill, and I did listen. Chairperson, thank you very much. Call me to order when I'm out of order. My name is Maurice Brankes. I'm the Regional Secretary of Karoo Region. If we check in terms of the notice convening this meeting, it's been very clear in terms of gender balance. It's very clear in terms of gender balance. Before we adopt this credential, it was requested in terms of gender balance for this PGC. And if we take the numbers in terms of 5139, it's a concerning issue. And I want to raise this on behalf of the region, Karoo, the smallest region in this union. And therefore I stand back, Chairperson. But I want to raise that concern, and then I will go into second if it's possible.
Sorry, Comrade Maurice, I just want to correct you, my leader. The branches, remember that this report was tabled at the PSC, and the branches complied with the constitutional imperatives of male and female. Now, the reason why it is skewed is because mostly our chairpersons are males, comrades. There's nothing we can do about that. It was never going to be 50-50 because mostly our chairpersons are males. So most of our branches, if you look at the branches, the chairpersons are males, comrades. So that should be the issue. Comrade Boulevard.
Thank you, Chair. Just before the adoption, we would like to we are 16, supposed to be 16, and we are 15. So the delegate who's not present experienced a severe burglary this morning in the house. And her name is Telma Nsanga. She's from Worcester, so she will be absent, just for the records, before the adoption. Thanks.
Thanks, Nepal. And comrades, I just want to encourage your branch chairpersons and additional delegates to participate, and don't delegate your authority to your PC members. Yes, Secretary Leader Simons. Comrade Deputy Chairperson, Mike, please.
Yeah,
Sabotage.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As Lydia Simon, we rise to second the credentials presented by the DPS. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Leader Simons. Is there any violent objection? None. So with those amendments as made by Boland, we've got a resolution, DPS. No pala. Thank you, comrades. We'll be done by 1 o'clock with this pace.
Thank you, comrades. The standing rules of this council are on page 8 of the pack. Regarding the meeting procedure, the chairperson shall be in charge of the council. All speakers shall address the chairperson. The chairperson shall allow debate and discussion at his or her discretion. The council may move a motion of no confidence against the chairperson. All delegates shall indicate in order to be noted to speak. The chairperson shall allow for an even distribution of speakers of any topic, so they go, comrades, until the end. We move for the adoption of the rules of procedure for this General Council.
And we're removing 1.4 comrades from the rules. Leader Simons, Mike, Deputy Chair, Mike.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. This is Willem Soka, bilateral chairperson. We move for the acceptance of the procedures of this council. Thank you.
Enkosi Mfundisi. There's a hand at the back, Comrade Deputy Chairperson.
Comrade Chairperson, through you, to adopt the procedures.
Thanks a lot, Chairperson. We have a resolution, PS. What is the time now? 10:57. Break for lunch, ne? Hungry. My apologies. We'll break for tea, comrades. I just want leaders of delegates to make sure that we've got a little 3 minutes extra. We've got 3 minutes extra, comrades. Can we be seated at 11? And we need to be disciplined, comrades, because once we start after tea, at 11:10, we need to be seated at 11:10. We'll be addressed by the president of the organization immediately when we return from tea. The meeting is adjourned. Get seated. Comrade Tesral Fortain is also amongst us. Those are our officials. And we also have members of staff amongst us. The provincial administrator, Comrade Unozuko Ungovan. The membership coordinator, the gentleman that you see going up and down here, Comrade Enrico Pasquale. And the organizing secretary, he had Douglas, Comrade Ugwanin, Uperi Khobushe. And the finance clerk, Usis Carol Nero, who works at the office, and the receptionist, Comrade Christine, comrades. I just wanted to attendance. Most importantly, comrades, there is this tag, you see it. You've got a tag that you have here. I've been informed that I need to make this notice, a very important notice. This tag has to be with you at all times. You need to be identifiable at all times, comrades. You are a council member to this council meeting, and it's written with your credentials in the front. Say, bona, comrades. Kanos Almasin. Turn it around, comrades. It's got a very important item inside, which is your meals. Which is your meals, comrades. Don't lose it. The reason why we want it on your neck, that you don't lose your privileges to go into the kitchen. Now, one important thing that Comrade Enrico said I must relay to you, comrades, is that it is non-transferable, which means that mine is written number 1, and on my meal tickets is number 1. So it has to correspond for you to be allowed entrance into the kitchen. You can't give this to anyone else to come and have lunch. We've booked the hotel for the council. CC, if you've got your husband visiting you, you book a lot of hotels in Cape Town that you can visit. Right. And then we've got a lot of service providers outside, comrades, ne? Your Metropolitans, Sanlam, Sacco Bank outside. Members of the PEC, I'm sure in your RECs you would have informed the comrades that this PGC is possible because of all those service providers outside. We didn't pay a cent, literally a cent. We had planned on funding the PGC, Comrade President, on our own. And branches, especially, I won't mention the secretary from which branch was really complaining that we don't have money. So I just looked to my right, but she was complaining that we don't have money to be deducting from our branches. Unfortunately, at a very late stage, the service providers came through for us and our expenses for this PGC comrades. We were not going to look this beautiful, comrades. You would be clad in your Pringle jackets and stuff. As the PEC, we made sure that you are taken care of, comrades. So let us interact there. And the bags, you can tell the bags, comrades. I want to acknowledge, legal-wise, the bags that we have here are sponsored by legal-wise. It's a beautiful bag, Comrade President. Now what happens with me is that every time I come from a Congress of Sadtu, the members of Sadtu take all my stuff from my president. They really do. So for the past couple of months, I've been asking the PS to give me a bag. So fortunately, the PEC came through. I do have a bag to go to work with, courtesy of Legal Wise. Let us give Legal Wise a hand of applause, comrade. Right. Now what needs to happen, comrades, during lunch, we need all delegates to sign the accommodation register at the front desk, at the reception as you enter, comrades. Comrade Nozuko, most of you would know her. She's at the front desk. We need to go and sign that accommodation register at the front so that we are able to be accommodated as well. Yeah. And lastly, before I call the president, I unfortunately, Comrade Gaiba Keko, but I've seen the national negotiator really singing. She's going to bring up the president. But before I do so, comrade, you see that you are nicely arranged into your respective branches. And I also want to encourage the delegates, especially your branch chairpersons and additional delegates, especially when it comes to the adoption of any of the programs that we're going to have here, that I need to see your hands adopting that program, and not to Comrade Tubabini and Comrade Nastasha raising their hands in that regard. It does not say that they are not part of the PGC, but they are, of course, but we need to see full participation of these delegates in that. Hence, you are arranged so lovely. I suffer a lot, Comrade President, during PECs. So I thought this is my opportunity to get back at some of the regions that give me a hard time during PECs. You would find out that Karu's here right in the front. Karu are very troublesome, together with South Coast and Lydia Simons and Boland. I actually wanted Boland where West Coast is, in the front, right in front of the president, just to expose them. Because they are a very troublesome group. And also, they are the ones that almost always disappears during these meetings. So I want the president to see, when it's empty here in the front, that Karu is not here. And lastly, I'm not sure, I was a bit worried, I said this, with Comrade Ujua, Comrade Maurice, and who's the other one? There are a couple of them that does not wear our paraphernalia. So I was pleasantly surprised when I saw Comrade Ujua singing this morning in full gear. Maurice is halfly dressed, but he looks okay. I was afraid that they'll be coming in with their Lacostes and everything dressed here. But still, we need to conscientize Comrade Maurice, because we had omelette this morning and he's having sushi. Comrades, on a lighter note, that was on a lighter note. Can we then call upon the president of Sadtu in the country, Comrade Umapila. Comrade Umapila is not a guest to this council meeting. He is the #1 member of Sadtu in the country, can we then bring up the president with a very warm revolutionary song? Pakama. Izamzizi kalo.
Unity wakabane ixesha unity makabane ixesha phagama president ixesha liphagama phagama ixesha unity
Amandla awethu matla kyarona krach onsen manda ashu manda ashu it's Chivenda, comrades. Matimba aina all power to the people. Thank you very much. And this power to the people is evaporating in our hands. We never thought some of these things that are happening now will happen in our lifetime. And they are happening. So greetings to all of you, comrades. South Coast, Boland, and all regions, West Coast, you name them. In fact, you are the most cooperative, the chairperson was telling me. All of you. He was telling me that he wouldn't have exposed you if you were not doing well. So greetings to all of you, comrades, in this PGC of the Western Cape, led by the chair and the secretary, Comrades Bosch, Comrade Vusmus. I know the PC is here, the PWC is here, all of you comrades. SACP, I'm told, ANC, I'm told they might still be in the National Council of Provinces, doing what they are supposed to do, although there's nothing to write home about, quite frankly. But Western Cape knows it better. You have lived under these circumstances for many years now. And how you arrived here, it's another. And how couldn't you go back, close ranks, and make sure that you regain the power that you had? And it's not going to be easy. I have prepared something on what is termed GNU. I'll talk about that at a bit later stage. But we're meeting today here, comrades, when the 7th administration, provincially and nationally, is being sworn in. Yesterday it was MPs, and today in the National Assembly, today is the National Council of Provinces. So also this is not just a youth month in recognition of the contributions made by the youth of this country towards the liberation of South Africa, but also an environmental month globally. There are serious challenges around weather conditions, floods, droughts, cold fronts, heat waves, snowstorms, tornadoes, and many more. And man has to change how he relates with the planet Earth so that things can go back to normal or towards a better, If we don't do something about the challenges around weather, we all stand to lose. We must intensify the EI campaign on saving the planet. And climate education is going to be very important in our schools. Starting with just mere littering. Your plastics blown by the wind back into the sea. In inland, those plastics being consumed by animals, and so forth and so forth. Sewers spilling into the sea and rivers should be frowned upon. You know that part of the reason why we are being punished as the liberation movement in this country is that our local government is not doing well. The sewers that are just spilling over in our townships, lack of services such as water, such as roads. Have we learned something? Are we going to do things differently? And of course, still on saving the planet, gas emissions must comply with agreements on saving it. The ozone layer, we are told, is under severe pressure. And if this is not arrested, you know what happened in the Eastern Cape recently with floods, and KZN did not, and also KZN. And last year it was in the KZN. Around is the other way around. It's mainly in the Eastern Cape, but lesser in the Western, mainly in the Eastern Cape and lesser in Durban, in KZN. We are told it's about 6 billion and more that would be needed to deal with issues of infrastructure and repairs generally in the Eastern Cape. And people have lost their lives in numbers. In the KZN, we're told it's about 1 billion that is needed to do repairs. And also, a lot of people have lost their lives. And schools were severely affected and families displaced because of the weather conditions that are so unpredictable, like your coalitions, if you like. So ourselves are leading under very difficult circumstances. We have to continue with I Am a School Fan campaign in order to deal with the scourge of violence in our schools, in order to try and make teaching and learning not only fashionable but conducive. Alcohol and drug abuse is consuming our children, comrades. Nyaope has taken over the country. There's no country that is sure of its future if its youth is in the state they are. They are allergic to water. You see that this is a Nyaope victim. Once they are allergic to water, they remain very dirty. I'm told you wash them it's like you are skinning them alive. And there are other drugs, tick, what, you name them. Just yesterday we are told there is a Chinese company that had 40 foreign nationals producing drugs. They were caught napping by the state agencies. And it looks like they are coming back. Your security state agencies. It looks like the collapse is coming to an end. And that must be appreciated. Remember, we deliberately collapsed them because we knew we wanted to steal. In 2007, in Polokwane, from my home province, just after that ANC conference, we said, "Wenze no Zuma." And then came in, the Scorpions must be scrapped. There are many resolutions that the ANC always takes. And the problem is always implementation. But on this one of scrapping of the Scorpions 2 months down the line, the ANC got 120 out of 100. It was implemented in no time. And then we started putting our hands in the cookie jar. The Guptas came in, the SACP assisted us to understand the rot, hence the Zondo Commission. And kleptocracy kicked in. And these guys stole to an extent of stealing even the state president. That is why we are where we are today. Now when the service providers here, your legal wise and everybody else are giving you what they are giving you, it rekindles this thing of capturing. It rekindles the capturing to say, is this a free lunch or what? What do they stand to gain? Of course, they want you to join. It's not, there's nothing sinister about it. There's nothing sinister. I'm just pulling your leg. So, crime has to be dealt with, comrades. You know what is happening in the Cape Flats here. It's not something to write home about. And it doesn't happen only here. It's across the board. When you ask, because you know we're doing a good job in doing door-to-door. How I wish we can go back to those communities and not take for granted the 6,500,000 that voted the ANC back into power. The ANC is still a majority, but not an outright majority. It's a minor majority. Nobody else of all those 17 parties in parliament is next to 6.5 million. The DA perhaps with its 3.3 million, it's half of what the ANC was able to achieve. So we must go back, do door to door, and understand what is it that our people want us to do and do exactly what they want us to do. That's the only way we can regain what we have lost. And Benson was arguing, we don't have a history of coming back. Once we lose power, it evaporates into the thin air. We keep on dwindling and dwindling. But I have a different view. Aren't we 63% now? It's only that this 63%, the other 23% is in wrong hands. The MKP got 14%, and the disruptive Malema got 9%. Combined is 23, plus the 40 the ANC got is 63. But while they are liquids, aren't they oil and water? Can they mix? I suspect not. I suspect. The NEC will ponder over these and give guidance this coming week. Undocumented foreign nationals are increasingly high, and sometimes our crime stats are going up. Our borders, we are told, are too open or porous, if you like. Something must be done, as early as yesterday. Without being xenophobic, of course. We want our people to go and get jobs in the farms, at garages, in the hotels, in our homes. Because the people who have taken over those little jobs are some other people, and probably that's part of the reason why Malema was punished. To say we must open the borders, we belong together, lawless, everybody must just come in. Towards the end, he was speaking a different language. But it's like weather, especially that of the Western Cape, wherein you can experience four seasons in a day, blowing, very cold, hot, and all that. Comrades, we have to increase the skills of our youth. Farming skills for our youth are very important. We want the land, but we don't have the skills to till the land. Farming in particular, for the sake of land and agricultural skills, is going to be important. We took a resolution in Polokwane about opening agricultural colleges, nursing colleges, but we were focused on the scorpions. Today, we have not yet implemented part of the resolutions that we took in Polokwane to save this country. Vocational skills are very essential as well. But what are we doing in our TVETs? We are overproducing your administration, HR, and so on. And yet there are no companies for those students when they get out to go and work, because they have HR, personnel management, and so on. Who are they going to manage when there are no jobs? Remember, business is on strike. They don't want to create jobs. We don't know if they will have a change of heart this time around. We don't know. You be the judge. We must produce plumbers so that all the leakages and the sewers spilling all over have to be stopped as early as yesterday. We need electricians. We need builders to build the capacity of the state so that part of what is killing us, this country, is tenders, comrades. We're putting everything on tender. It's not like tenders completely, they might not be important. But the scale at which we have outsourced everything, I can't imagine anybody deciding that they are ready to have a family and they outsource the responsibilities. How do you do that? You have just married and everything else, you say no, outsource. When you decided to insource and call everybody in public to come and see that you are insourcing and not outsourcing. We take over government, we rely on outsourcing. It can't be, comrades. And there's a lot of rot that is happening. You know, you're looking at national, what is happening there. But the real rot is in the local municipalities. 18 months down the line, we will be going to local government elections. And if we have not smelled coffee and we don't do something drastic, we're going to be punished further. Do we want to be punished further? We need civil engineers, comrades. Among the skills we need most. Our education system must respond to the skills our country needs to take South Africa forward. It can't be that joblessness keeps on going high and unemployed graduates number goes high, in particular from the TVETs, and then we still don't change how we do things. Our country must produce the requisite skills for our economy. Robotics and IT skills have to be developed. We have a lot of minerals in our country. Oftentimes we say minerals are in abundance. What about beneficiation to create more jobs here? We have a lot of platinum, chrome, and everything in Skukuneland. But we take it as a raw material, we take it to China. And oftentimes we are excited about how China is one of the best, is a communist, and so on. But to me, from a historical point of view, that's a new colonialism. The relationship between us and China is not equal. They want us to do Mandarin to enter space. They come with their own employees when they create jobs. The South to South relationship is not equal. Go and check it. To say, what is it that China stands to benefit out of us? The BRICS thing. How is it benefiting us as a country to make sure that you create conducive environment for our people to get jobs and everything else that they need? So we're not beneficiating our platinum, even our coal. Go to Richards Bay. On a daily basis, there is a traffic jam there. And don't forget that we have collapsed the railway system. Ourselves. Not just the railway system, but the state-owned enterprises. Because we got too much amandla in those state-owned enterprises instead of the skills. The ANC, African National Congress, when it was still banned, deliberately it produced a lot of academics and intelligentsia to make sure that tomorrow when we take over the country, we are ready to govern. But we have deliberately abandoned that cause. Why? Why are we not producing our own intelligentsia? How many of our own people are we able to produce to make sure that we counteract the propaganda that is against the movement? Just one university being run by Africans with the right mind. By Africans, I'm referring to all your coloreds, your Indians, your blacks, and so on. Because the strategic intention or objective of the African National Congress is to liberate everybody, whites included, but blacks in particular. And blacks is broad. It does not mean the color per se. So what are we doing? Who where are we taking the country in 5, 10 years to come? How many of our young ones are encouraged to do their education up to a PhD level? It's not going to happen by wishing that it should happen. We must contribute towards that. Produce our own engineers in metallurgy. Because you can't do beneficiation unless you have many of your young ones having done engineering in metallurgy to make sure that they extract the relevant minerals here at home. In Northern Cape, those diamonds that the Queen and everybody else are having, they belong here. We export them, they come back very expensive. Why must that happen? In Limpopo, there is a farm called ZZ2. When you get into many of your shops here, you will see tomatoes of ZZ2. Why are we not having some factories that do your tamati sauce there in Limpopo instead of just exporting everything, including the oranges that you get from ZB, from Provincial, from across the country? Something has to give. So, joblessness is not going to come to an end because we wish so. In the Western Cape, wine industry is flourishing. Why are you not just taking all the grapes away? You're processing them here, and it's making jobs. And Western Cape is one of the countries that is exporting a lot of wine the world over, which is good. It creates jobs. That's what beneficiation is about. You extract that liquid from the grapes to make sure that you make good wines. And by the way, you have good wines from this. Yes. No, you have good wines from this country. You have. Visitors tell us when we go abroad, they tell us to bring them some good wines from South Africa because South Africa is also known to be exporting a lot of wine and contributing towards the gross domestic product, GDP, and the economy as a whole. I don't know what the laughter about your good wines mean, but I read a lot into that. Of course, I drink water and water. A lot of water. Because it's good to do so. At least 1.5 liters to 2 liters per day. But be careful, don't overhydrate. Because if you're always carrying a bottle of water, when it's finished, that 2 liter, you want to consume another one because water is good. You are overhydrating. You are doing the opposite. So too much of a thing has a negative impact on you. Okay. So, coming back to our constitution, in strengthening how we work, all our structures are required to do certain things according to the constitution. For instance, there are requirements for leadership. You remember that? Wherein for you to be a leader at the level of the site, you must at least join the union and you must have spent a year. You can't enter the door and start asking where are the bishops and cardinals seated because you want to lead. You can't do that. So Sadtu is trying to build quality in its membership by taking you through certain steps. And then once you have spent a year having been a member to understand the culture of how Sadtu works, then you qualify to can be elected at the level of the BEC. No, you must not say steward, at the level of the site. You can be elected there because you have spent a year. And you must finish a term, which is 2 years, at the level of the site to qualify to lead at the level of the branch. And to also understand that there is something called Site Steward Council in Sadtu. And Site Steward Council is a council of site stewards. And not anything else. And that Site Steward Council must meet how many times a year? 4 times. It must meet every 3 months. Not to meet today, tomorrow, and the day thereafter and say, no, we have met 4 times. It's Now, every 3 months, the Site Steward Council must meet. And in that meeting, the BEC must account how they are using our finances at the level of the Site Steward Council. And before a Site Steward Council is convened, the secretary of the branch shall write to the sites, all of the sites in that area, with a clear agenda of what is going to be discussed, to allow our sites to be able to discuss the agenda and send one of them, because they can't all go to the Site Steward Council. We work on Monday and report back. So when the Site Steward Council has been held, the Site Steward must come back, convene a meeting, and give a report back to the site about what is happening in the organization. And when that happens, we call it membership service. That's what must happen. And the Site Steward Council also has a responsibility in between to elect members of the BEC. In the past, they did not have that responsibility. But your Congress said they must now also, among their responsibilities, be empowered to elect BECs so that our structures don't collapse. There are promotional posts. Everybody is left. You are left with 1 or 2 BEC members in that branch. You must wait for a branch, a mass meeting. It can't happen. There's no vacuum in politics. So the region, because its responsibility is to coordinate branches. That is why even in terms of the money that regions get, of the 10 rand, national gets 3, province get 3, branches get 3, and regions get 1. Why? They are coordinating structures. No, there is money enough in terms of their responsibilities. There is. Part of the responsibilities of the Site Steward Council, we have said, is not just to elect leadership, but to also elect delegates to conferences or even the PGC. You can't wake up from the BEC, chairperson goes there automatically, then the secretary also wants to come. No. Who delegated you to come here? Either in a branch mass meeting, you have agreed that you will be a delegate, and in line with our policy of 50-50, if the chairperson is male, the next delegate will be female. That's how it works. Now, the same applies to branch executive committees. Every 3 months, they have to meet. And if they don't want to convene branch mass meetings to elect delegates to conferences, be it at region or province or national, Site Steward Council can still do that job. The same goes with the regions. Every 3 months, these coordinating structures must convene. And they must monitor the day-to-day activities of the branches. And the PECs also meet once every 3 months. They are in charge of all structures in the province. And today you have gathered here. This is a mid-term conference. Once in a mid-term. We used to meet annually. And we got a lot of paraphernalia. On an annual basis, we met. And we took a decision that no, we can't meet every year. It has to be in. Once we meet this year, 2024, you must know 2026 provincial conferences are coming. And if you have issues, you can't say there is a PGC, today I'm going to raise a motion of no confidence against the president or anybody else here. You can't do it. Read that constitution, it will tell you the responsibilities of the PGC is to ratify the decisions of the PEC. That's what you are supposed to do according to the constitution, not common sense. But also, you can say through the PGCs what are resolutions that we need to adopt towards the National Congress. Isn't it we're having the National Congress in October? And I hope, no, it's in October, the end. So that the 5th of October must find us there and celebrate World Teachers' Day. Normally. Am I right? Yes. So I hope our friends, the ANC, the SACP and COSATU and other affiliates have not developed a huge interest in what happens in Sadtu in October, because if they do, Sadtu is very strong. Sadtu is very strong, comrades. And Sadtu is intact. It is. Part of the reason why we are not doing well in terms of elections and so on, we take a lot of time insulting the ANC, comrades. 4.5 years. We insult the ANC. 2 months before the elections, we say there's no other devil except this one. And people are not fools. They have had you. So, accountability and transparency are critical in terms of the finances and membership service. That's what this Provincial General Council must focus on. It doesn't help if our branches are not doing well, especially on finances, wherein every time the finances get into the bank account, they disappear the following day, and they disappear into the hands of the signatories. There is that temptation. Now, you have 6,000. Already you have budgeted it as if it's your own. What if you are given 6 billion to take care of on behalf of the people? These small things say a lot about you. Whether you have the temptation of always putting your hands in the cookie jar or not. We must, as the working class, come together and make sure that perhaps the Thabo Mbeki dialogue to say where are we taking the country, perhaps it's something that has to be considered. But before you call everybody into a national dialogue, you must get together yourself as the partners. And I hope when you come together, the revolution shall not be televised. You will not call the media and say, no, there's a dialogue, what have you. Come together first yourselves. Set the rules of engagement so that when you go out, you are able to chart the way forward from the same page. Political education must be unleashed if we hope to regain power. Political education. The quantity of membership we have vis-a-vis the quality is a problem. We have also said tenders are to be revisited because of the rot in the local government. And of course, 2026 is just around the corner for local government elections. But the rise of populism and authoritarianism is here in our country and abroad. We like telling people what they want to hear. And we don't tell them exactly what is happening. Who remembers PSCBC Resolution 1 of 2018? We all do. Because the last leg, 3.3, was not implemented. I have said it over and over again. Before that resolution was signed, Sadtu, Nehau, Dinosa, Pope Crew were told that there is a deficit of 10.6 billion. We need to insert a clause in that agreement that would say those that are 55 years and above should be allowed to go on retirement without being punished. We refused and said, no, don't put that. We can't negotiate with a gun, with the barrel of a gun on our heads. We will look at this after signing. The ANC agreed, sort of. Because at that time, the power was in the hands of the ANC. And that power, imkile, it's gone. So, after the signature, nobody wanted to go back and talk about the outer year. 3.1 was being implemented, 3.2 was implemented, 3.3, all of us waited and said, Sainile when. At the end of 3.2, the employer called us and said, there is something outstanding here and I told you about it. 3.3, I don't have money to implement it. But I can meet you halfway. We said we want this 3.3 or nothing. And what did we get? We got nothing. PSA took government to court regarding that thing. All right? What did government do? they fought back by defending that. And when they defended that, because we are a union of workers and not of ourselves. The reason why we exist for our members. To improve their working conditions and also their remuneration. That's why there must be a union. Then we lost the matter at court. Did you hear me? We lost it. And when we lost it, what happened? The matter was taken to Constitutional Court. We lost it again there. It's the highest decision making. Once you lose it there, you have lost it. On behalf of the other Sadtu unions, Sadtu spent more than 3 million, which was going to be repaid on a pro rata to say how many members do you have and so on. We're still that money back into our coffers. People have suddenly forgotten that they are owing us, and we're being accused of selling them out without them saying how much is their price. They owe us for having defended that PSCBC Resolution 1 of 2018. Because we can't define ourselves outside the collective in COSATU. We did that on a principle. And once we lost it, we went back to our members and explained. You go to a lot of meetings, part of what I was saying. SACP should speak, ANC should speak, Sanko should speak, COSATU should speak. And we keep on saying, don't forget that you owe the workers. If you that which you lost at the Constitutional Court, is that not a contempt of court? It is. Any other government would have said, no, let me recoup what you were paid in 3.1 and 3.2 because the resolution was declared invalid and therefore not enforceable. But that did not happen. But life goes on. Because we want to tell people what they want to hear. We keep on saying there is something. There's nothing. All what you can do moving forward is to try and squeeze something more. All right? To replenish what you could not get previously. So, populism is gaining traction, not just in our country, but the world over. We have very good policies, but we don't implement them. We are caught wanting at local government. And tenders are wreaking havoc with a serious flow of money for patronage. The 2024 general elections, nationally and provincially, have come and gone. The rest is history. It doesn't have blank pages. It doesn't. It refuses to. Now, the national question and geographic spread remain relevant across the board in the MDM structures. Why am I bringing this here? In the Western Cape, Sadtu must smell coffee. Did you hear me? In the Western Cape, Sadtu must smell coffee. You must continue to make sure that in terms of the national question, you work together and everybody feels that they are being accommodated. If you are able to sing and talk at the top of your voices, you exclude others, they will walk away, and the province will decline in terms of membership. It's not an accident. If you are true quality members of Sadtu, you know what we did when we fought among ourselves here in the Western Cape and started chasing Burasul and others. What did the other groupings do? They don't like fights. No. You fight, they walk away. They leave you with a shell. Do you want to introduce this here? You'll be on your own. Yes, it's true. We are still the biggest in the PSCBC. Where is that? I have something in terms of the stats here. The biggest union in the PSCBC, in the public sector bargaining chamber, is Sadtu. I'm giving you the recent statistics. Dinosa, acting with Samatu, the doctors, Pausa, the general workers, and Saepu, the emergency service. They constitute 6.68% in the PSCBC. Hospesa, acting with NATU, they constitute 8.04%. Naptosa, acting with South Africans Onderwyserini, they constitute 5.83%. Nehau alone has been reduced to 15.67%. Pop Crew alone is at 11.65%. PSA, acting with UNIP, UNIP SAU, acting with NPSWU, is 18.71%. They used to be at, the tables have changed. What do you call that bed which is pitch black with a collar like a priest? I don't know what you call it. It's always waiting for fights. And when you fight among yourselves, go. That's what we are told in our language, that now Sadtu alone is 21.66%. SAPU alone is 11.77%. Look at that, it's interesting. 11.77 against 11.65 of Pop Crew. And Pop Crew used to be at 12 and above. We can't celebrate when COSATU unions are dwindling. The numbers they need are the numbers that we have, and we can still have more if we improve in terms of recruitment. Now, it means if we look at the elections, MKP surprised everybody, including themselves. Who would have expected that they can get 14% and that the whole of KZN, largely, remember in terms of the voter registration, 6 million was in Gauteng, 5 million in KZN, and about 3 million here in the Western Cape. And the IEC, I'm not sure if they could have done better. I don't want to be tempted to say what I'm not supposed to say. They could have done better. by getting the staff with experience to make sure that they deal with this thing properly. The queues were snaking, and out of excitement or what, the highest figure in the IEC goes on TV there at the Rock Results Operation Center, and he says, it looks like we are going to have high voter turnout this time around. And it's around 5-6. And people say, the ANC has won, so we must not worry. There is high voter turnout, and therefore they can continue to imbibe the waters of Babylon. Now, it turns out that the opposite was the truth. 58% turned out. Statistically, MKP was voted mainly, did you hear me? Mainly in KZN. Pushing away ANC from 50-something to 17. Pushing away the IFP, pushing away even the EFF to an insignificant 2%. And nationally, they got 14%. But across the provinces, they did not do as much as they would have loved to. Predominantly in KZN. Of course, we took our chances. We came here and said, from the river to the sea, free, free Palestine. The dividends are not what? The dividends are not what we were looking for, quite frankly. The dividends are not what we were looking for. We thought even if people don't vote for the ANC, but they will vote for Patriotic Alliance, and Patriotic Alliance will come together with us, and we will sweep the power away from them. Now the opposite is the truth, the rest is history. Now in protest, MKP could not be sworn in yesterday, nationally. They refused to come. Politics is a game of numbers. Did you hear me? Msholozi is entitled to his benefits until the Son of Man calls him back to where he belongs. He qualifies. He's getting protection, the salary, all allowances that a president of a sitting president gets. That's what he gets. But because he has come in before, when they increase, he also gets an increase. Yes. But now he makes a mistake and say, don't call me, I'll call you. Allegedly. Allegedly. I didn't call him, and he said to me, don't call me, I'll call you. That's why I put a disclaimer. Allegedly. Other parties were looking for him. They tried to talk to him, and he was nowhere to be found. With a hope that things will just happen, we told he's a very good chess player, and the checkmate is. But remember, what goes around comes around. While we can't celebrate the outcome of the results, but just yesterday in KZN, IFP got 18% in KZN. ANC 17 is 35 plus 5 of DA. In a government of provincial unity, not in a coalition. It depends on which side of the mountain you're standing. You can call it what you want to call it, but when the ANC realized that they've lost power, they got 40% nationally, they said, no, we want a government of national unity or minority government. And government of national unity gained traction, and everybody said, no, let's come next to the ANC. So the ANC and the alliance have been dealt a big blow because we couldn't get an outright majority of 50+1. Remember, the ANC is there. It's not its votes alone. It's the votes of the ANC, the SACP, Sadtu, and Sanko. And interestingly, Sanko keeps on saying, we hear what you are saying about the results, but just make sure that our president is part of those that go to parliament. And what Kosatu called a special CEC last week and said to us there are a lot of options that the ANC is consulting them on, and grand coalitions, minority government, or government of national unity. And if we were not going to be able to form a government within 14 days, we were going to have a rerun in 3 months, which was going to be a greater risk. Why a greater risk? There are people who have never lived a life without blue lights. They are in the ANC, and we lost 71 seats from the previous elections. 159 plus 70, 230 previously. We lost 71. Hence, I was saying MKP also surprised itself. It has done exceptionally well against everybody. Now, people are going to jump ship. Because we still have those within. The enemy of the African National Congress is the enemy within. Imagine if we have a rerun, the lists are opened, and you realize that you were 100, and you never expected that MKP can make such an impact. They were all going to shift. Those within us, they were going to shift and join somebody else. And that's the worst thing that you could ever do, to have a rerun under the circumstances. You must come back and say, how did we arrive here? How can we correct ourselves and move forward? Now, MKP was arrogant in KZN. IFP wants to talk to them, allegedly. They are not coming to the party. And look at what happened. It's 40-40. The parliament there, provincial parliament, is 80 in KZN, just like in Gauteng. It's 50. It's 80. So you need 41. And NFP was in between and betwixt. If the NFP joins Malema and MKP is 40-40, it's a rerun for KZN. Dangerous. So NFP came the other side. They must have got something for it. There is no free lunch. They must have got something. Now, you know what happened with Kwamanda of Al Jama in Gauteng. One person becoming the mayor. We were told that kissing a frog to see the prince could be one of the options that you had to do. You know that this thing is a frog. You want to see the prince or the princess. You are told, what do you do? Do you have an option? Do you give away power when you know that you are not going to get it back? If you do so, go to the opposition benches. You kiss a frog. Now, the government of national unity or minority government, among others, and in KZN, we know that MKP with its chest is still surprised now. How did we arrive here? Give them 2 months. This thing of them not getting the blue lights when they fought so hard and campaigned so hard, especially on social media, to get something. If it does not happen, we must pray that this 41, remember, if NFP is not getting what it wants, we are in trouble. It's a rerun. So 6 months must just pass. All right? And NFP is treated with kid gloves because he's a kingmaker. It's real. I'm telling you, they're going to blame each other and one another. And they will start doing what they are best known for. And there will be history. There will be history. And later on, when you regain power, you are able to do what you are supposed to do. There are a lot of arguments. And there have been talks about talks. Now, Malema, unfortunately, likes TV. When there are talks about talks, what we learned in 1994, you don't disclose a lot of things that you speak about behind closed doors. No, I was with the president of the country, this is what he was saying, this is what I was saying, whatever. Who will take you serious? He was about to clinch the deputy president of the country. And it just evaporated. How he's still shocked. He was about, remember, even the deputy president, you get those benefits beyond. Until the Son of Man says, you have done your part on this planet Earth. Come back and join your ancestors. So we know what happened. The rest of the country, we could not field a premier in KZN, we could not field a premier in Western Cape. Western Cape was in our hands, and we decided to play marbles with it. It's gone. We made an attempt now, free Palestine. Where is it? But that's a principle, comrades. Premiers have been elected, so is the president of the 7th administration. At around 12:30 yesterday, or this morning, that's when the president was addressing the nation to say thank you everybody for the confidence you have. 12:30. Because Malema also just kept on fielding. Politics is a game of numbers. When the Chief Justice was going to preside over the election of the Speaker, it was 284 versus 49 in favor of Togo Didiza of the African National Congress, still the Speaker of Parliament. You were not going to get it unless you decided to kiss a frog. You were not going to get it. So the ANC, in a way, is still in charge, but on a shoestring kind of a relationship. It's not with certainty. But our rights are still guaranteed. You know why? If the DA and the Moonshoot Pact were able to outvote the ANC, they were going to repeal a lot of laws, including the Labor Relations Act. Now, they can't do it without the 40% of the ANC. They have 20. They have 21. We have 40. They decided that we are a better devil. Even in their case, they don't want to be with us because we are water and oil. It's not like they have suddenly developed great love for the ANC. In their own right, they are also saying we had to kiss a frog. to themselves, because they never thought that in their wildest dreams that they can find themselves being forced by the electorate to work together with the African National Congress. But the LRA will not be repealed. So is the national minimum wage. For you to change that law, you need 67%. The Bella Act won't be changed. The NHI can't be changed. Who will get the 67% without our 40 guaranteed? So it's more of a stalemate like in terms of policy direction. DA will not do as it pleases. We are under strict supervision, we will not be able to do as we please. But what we have passed just before the new administration was a wise move. Whatever we passed, in particular, your NHI, your Bella Act, it was good. Do you know what Mangosuthu Telezum Donaga Pindaungen did in KZN just before the 1994 elections? He signed for the Ingonyama Trust to make sure that the land is in the hands of the king. And it's still binding to all and sundry beyond the 1994 democratic breakthrough. So we signed. We learned from the best. We signed. And it's not going to be changed. They might have to tone down by visiting Israel when everybody else in the country is saying the Gaza debacle has to be solved through a two-state nation coexisting. We did very well. We must not punish ourselves, comrades. Even if we did not get votes for the good work that we have done, but it's on a principle we have done well. We must not blame ourselves. There is a propaganda of the progressive forces coming together and so on. Comrades, the strategic objective of the EFF is to bring the ANC on its knees, and they keep on saying, this elephant is too big, we must eat it in smaller chunks. They are all over the universities in the country. Part of the youth apathy not to go for the elections is because they've been told you must punish the ANC. And this is the frog that you say we must kiss so that we are finished. EFF says, ANC loves power. That one I heard him. I'm not saying it's a hearsay. I heard him saying the ANC loves power. They have never ever imagined that this thing could happen. Let them come next to me. I'm going to outshine them and finish them. But they are still left in brackets, just like us. Are we going to eat the left, the right, the center, or what? Amilcar Cabral teaches us that people are not fighting for ideas in anybody else's head. I know many of our comrades here are aggrieved. Why do we have a government? Because if the ANC was not to do what it did, there would be no government. There would be a rerun. There would be more violence in KZN. And a lot of lives would be lost. Would any of us raise their hands to say, I want to be the one to pay the highest price? None of us would want to unnecessarily lose lives with these things that we have got nothing to gain out of. When Malema becomes what he wants to become, what does he give us? Nothing. What do we stand to gain from him? But let me take you back the memory lane. Umama Mthembu in 2016, it's one of those saw it coming in a Joburg council. Let me go directly to that one. In 2016, in Joburg, the ANC received 44.55%. The DA, 38. The DA, with its moonshoot pact of Malema and others, was able to come together against the ANC. Pakstau was taken out. And one of the councillors collapsed in that council. When she realized that, no, power was just disappearing, and some few hours later it was confirmed that our mother is no more. And yet, it was correct for EFF to come together with the DA then in Joburg. They did the same thing in Tshwane. In Tshwane, ANC got 35, DA got 32. They were assisted by the EFF to take over. Although their argument is that they did not want MMCs and what have you, but they know that there is no free lunch, there is something that they benefited out of the tenders. It's just that they are not being exposed. I don't know why. What is it that this young man knows for our elders that they are unable to tell it as it is? And yet he keeps on saying what he wants to say. In PE, ANC got 41. They came together and ANC was pushed out. In Ikuruleni, it was easier. We got 48.66 in 2016. We only needed one African Independent Congress, another ANC. How do you differentiate? The colors the same. African Independent Congress, ANC, AIC. Yes. And in terms of voting, they were next to us. And people said, your ANC, I voted. They got about 2 point something and then Mzwandile Masina. EFF, together with other minorities, DA, outvoted the ANC. And it was revolutionary to bring the ANC down. Today, when the ANC has learned better how to deal with these things and quickly say, come, I want everybody. You know, from where we are seated in COSATU, all right? From where we are seated in COSATU, although it's not a decision of the Central Executive Committee, we said DA is a no-no. That's what we said. But the ANC said, give us alternatives. Do we go for a rerun? We said, no. A rerun is a no-no. So, coalitions are not only unpredictable and disruptive, but they are also not sustainable. We don't know what is going to happen. We hope, comrades, we hope this is not the end of the ANC. We hope and wish that when we come together, we're able to box one another, or each and one another, and ultimately we say, what else could we do? I was speaking to some NEC members of the ANC and also some COSATU CC members to say, here we need the wisdom of Solomon to get out of this quagmire. And they kept on saying, we hear what you are saying, please give us an alternative. I know that narrative of no, the left forces. Now, let me come to MKP. As I step off your 2024 general elections. The MKP, all right, is a party by Zuma, the former president of the ANC in the country. We said he must not be subjected to disciplinary processes in line with Rule 25A of the ANC Constitution, because we wanted to avoid a lot of hullabaloo and violence that could erupt. All right? Now, if you are saying that it's better to go there, no, we missed the boat, comrades. What should have happened? We should have expelled him before the elections. So that today, when we are in this quagmire, we are able to say, Comrade Zuma, can we let bygones be bygones? And we come together with Malema, and we get our 63% and take the country forward. But the middle class was going to punish you as well. And his condition is that you must remove Ramaphosa there. He doesn't want ANC of Ramaphosa. The 73% that you get, you know this thing of regionalism, tribalism, racialism, and so on. If you make an attempt, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa Matamela was born in Chiawelo in Soweto. But the people of Limpopo claim him as one of their own. He comes from the Vembe region. His parents, not him. When Thabo Mbeki was in charge, the voter turnout in the Eastern Cape was just astronomically very high. Not an accident, because he was one of our own. When Zuma comes in, he brings even the Inkatha guys. And when he walks away, they follow him sheepishly. Now, if we are supposed to come together with MKP as the ANC, it means you don't have an organization, because Rule 25A of the ANC must still kick in. 2 weeks after you have joined forces, you must still say, but come and explain yourself. How did you define yourself outside the ANC constitution? If you don't follow that constitution, then you don't have an organization, because you are setting a very wrong and dangerous precedent. You will never ever be able to call anybody to order when they decide they define themselves outside the organization. That's the quagmire we are faced with. How I wish DC, even if it was virtual, no, you have expelled yourself, blah, 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 and now it was going to be easy. Malema, despite all said and done, we have expelled him, and he went through the due process. It's something else. But this one, and when you say, but MKP it's a challenge for the ANC, Malema says, no, if you don't bring MKP, forget about me. And he doesn't tell you behind closed doors, he goes to the media. When the ANC said GNU, it knew that ordinarily those that do not want to be part will sieve themselves out. It was praying that Malema will remain inside. All right? So that when he remains inside, the DA will say, I can't work with Malema. And when DA walks away, it will be on its own. Nobody will come and accuse the ANC of excluding others. You can't wish the people of this country away. They are here. You can't wish them away. That 21% is significant. So, the DA also says what it says, and Malema says what he says, he walks away. It's a miscalculation in politics. He should have stayed and say, no, this is a government of national unity. I come here, not for you, DA. I come here to work with the ANC for the sake of the country. I'm telling you, DA would have walked away, and we would not be having this left, right, center, and so on. But he was doing it to expose the ANC. because his strategic goal or objective is to bring the ANC on its knees. It is on its. As I'm about to sit down, the EI Congress is at the end of July. Education International Congress in Argentina. And our General Secretary is a president in waiting, Comrade Dr. Asi doctor or no, he's good in floor X-ray. No, he's a doctor by qualification. LLD recently, something to write home about. Even with a lot of work to do and so on abroad and what have you, he was still able to make it. He is the president of EI in waiting. Susan Hopgood is retiring. Our Congress is in October. And good luck to everybody. Funza Lushaka, equal treatment with the rest. It's a reality now. And before they were dissolved, just to make sure that we sign. And whoever comes, everybody else, it's now a reality. The elephant in the room, comrades, is that we must fight for open vacancy lists for CS1 educators in provinces. Thing of schools, just doing what they were doing, there's a lot of rot there. We like pointing fingers at other people to say they are corrupt. But we never look at ourselves and do serious soul-searching introspection to say, what is it that we're doing? This thing of open vacancy lists for CS1 educators so that every 3 months, whether opposed, they must be advertised, may the best team win. There are those who are about to qualify, but there are posts that are reserved for them. Once they qualify, they get into jobs. And there are people waiting to get those jobs. It can't be correct. Salary negotiations are on. They are going to be more difficult because we are now going to negotiate with the frog as well. And the negotiations on appointments are still on regarding how do we improve the quality of management in our schools to deal with the issues of the PMA. PAM, personnel admin measures. Yeah. So we have not yet finalized on that, but we want to recruit the best for the sake of the education of our children. On behalf of the National Executive Committee, we wish you fruitful deliberations in this PGC. Good luck, comrades, and thank you.
Divela mabujwa, date motale. Divela mabujwa, kanke ke basebetsi, kanke ke mabujwa, kanke ke basebetsi, kanke ke mabujwa, date bandoche. Divela mabujwa, date mapari. Divela mabujwa, kanke ke basebetsi,
Mandla.
kanke ke mabujwa.
Mandla. Yeah, we are told we've got a lot of frogs that we must kiss before we finish the program. Comrades, one of the pivotal tasks that I have is to manage the time. We're doing quite well. Don't be alarmed. We're doing quite well. Thanks a lot, Comrade President, for gracing our council and also sharing a lot of wisdom with members of Sadtu in the province. And as the saying goes, comrades, that as members of Sadtu, we treat each and every gathering as a political induction of some sort. And the hope is that when delegates leave here tomorrow, they would leave better informed than they were when they arrived this morning. We will be breaking for lunch now, comrades. And my request is that we respect time. My only request is that we respect time. I don't have a watch, no parliament. It's 1 o'clock. Whether we leave 5 past here or not.
Amandla, amandla, kawethu. Faka nje nophala.
Phakama manyanani
Manyanani basebenzi siqonde phansi. Manyanani basebenzi
niqonde zeniqonde phambili zeniqonde phambili zeniqonde phambili zeniyilwe intlupheko niqonde phambili zeniyilwe intlupheko niqonde phambili
zeniqonde phambili
niqonde phambili
zeniqonde phambili manyanani basebenzi zeniqonde
phambili
manyanani basebenzi zeniqonde
zeniqonde phambili
zeniqonde phambili
zeniqonde phambili
zeniqonde phambili
Mandla. Can we settle down, comrades? Can we settle down? We are late. It's 9 minutes past. Kuthiwa fota imfene wena ubhizi ufotana nathi. Bendiyibuza nami loo nto leyo. Kuthiwa makafota imfene. Yena ufotana nabantu. Comrades, welcome back from lunch. We are entering a very difficult session of our program. We're coming from lunch full, and we're going to be dealing with the reports. And I only have 3.5 hours left of the day, comrades, and I'm stretching it if I'm saying 3.5 hours. Actually 3 hours that we have to do all the business of the day. But nonetheless, as we coming back from lunch, I'm not sure if the provincial secretary is going to be the designated person for Ukhlabela this on this session. But we're going to invite the provincial secretary of the Communist Party, Comrade Benson Ngenzu, to come and address council. And after Comrade Ngenzu, I want the student chapter to prepare themselves together with SASCO to come and give short messages of support. Thereafter, we'll then have our closed session up until the latest, absolute latest. I cannot go beyond 5:30 this afternoon. The program is supposed to end at 10 minutes past 5, but considering that we're starting just 10 minutes later, we're going to stretch it maybe towards 5:30 this afternoon. Comrades, can we then welcome the provincial secretary with a very warm revolutionary song?
Uzunga Sheshi Namzabalazo Tala Wakalwa Koko Namzabalazo Tala Wakalwa Koko Uzunga Kalinda Uzunga Sheshi Uzunga Kalinda Uzunga. Viva Sadtu, viva! Viva Sadtu, viva! Boa komanisi boa! Boa komanisi boa! Amandla! Awe tu! Sifunu no bala, sifunu no bala genabkete, sifunu no bala mkete. Sifunu nobhala. Sifunu nobhala yena mkete. Sifunu nobhala.
Away, 2. An injury to 1. An injury to all. Long live fighting Sadtu, long live. Long live our red Sadtu, long live. Forward to socialism, forward. Forward to socialism, forward. Viva SACP, viva. Viva SACP, viva. Phansi nge-neoliberalism, phansi. Phansi nge-budget cuts, phansi. Phansi nge-DA, phansi. Phansi nge-DA, phansi. Phansi nge-tribalism, phansi. Phansi nge-tribalism, phansi. Phansi nge-MK party, phansi. Phansi nge-FP, phansi. Phansi nge-conservative colored nationalism, phansi. Phansi nge-PA, phansi. Forward to our solidarity, people of Palestine, forward. Phansi nge-DA, phansi. Phansi nge-FP, phansi. Phansi nge-PA, phansi. Viva ANC, viva. Phambili nge-ANC yethu, phambili. Phambili nge-reconfiguration of the alliance, phambili. Amandla. Awethu. Thank you very much, Provincial Chairperson of Sadtu in the province, Comrade Vusi, our Provincial Secretary, Umakuteni, Comrade Sibongile, and the collective PWC of Sadtu. Branch leaders and regional leaders of Sadtu, our President, President Mapila, the Vice President of Sadtu, the leader from the Youth Movement, Progressive Youth Alliance, Sadtu Student Chapter, SASCO in the province, receive our warm fraternal greetings on behalf of the South African Communist Party in the province. Allow me, comrades, to also take this moment to congratulate Sadtu's General Secretary for acquiring PhD, and that today he can be called Dr. Maluleka. That one, comrades, is an achievement. It deserves our warm congratulations. But for one to be nominated and ultimately sworn into parliament is not an achievement. Going to parliament and ultimately the executive is not an achievement. It's a deployment to serve our people and serve them selfless and wholeheartedly. We become big-headed in this deployment on the basis of floods of messages congratulating one as if it's a personal achievement. It is not, comrades. We've become detached to our people as leaders, irrespective of where we are deployed, on the basis that deployment to some amongst us is not about serving our people, but about personal accumulation of wealth. I may be accused of being populist and disappointing those, even from here, who gave me as deployed with you as the workers. I change. And suddenly, the provincial secretary of the Communist Party, busy, uzawuthetha and go. I don't wish to be one of those. Comrades, I want to ask your PEC to share the SACP's message to their last PEC last year, as it raw as it is. I want you to also go to chapter 16 of your document and see What Comrade Toon said to you in 2019? Comrades, Mankal and Diti, the Kapula from our own political reporters, the SSM in the province. In 2023, we had this to say about the direction and the state of our revolution. And importantly, the outcomes of the 2024 general elections. We said neither the right-wing moonshot pact constitutive of the right-wing forces such as the DA, nor the Bandustan political parties such as UDM and others are a threat to any prospects of the ANC winning the 2024 elections. Kodwa, the neoliberal austerity and corruption were the actual threat to us winning elections. That was the SACP last year. The SACP approaches this PGC of our trade union, Sadtu, as the province's biggest political school ever convened. Therefore, there is a reasonable expectation that trade union matters to be discussed here will be located within the context of current events in the country and the province. We just emerged, comrades, from the most fiercely contested general elections ever. These elections placed the broader liberation forces in a political quagmire. I forgot to greet the media, the comrades from the media. Then the question arises, where does the present moment place the National Democratic Revolution and also the role of the Revolutionary Alliance? That's the question. Workers need to answer. But how did we get here? I argue here that none of us should be shocked by the outcomes of the recent elections. In 2021 local government elections, the 2021 local government election made it clear to all of us that in 2024 we will lose. We lose KZN, we lose Gauteng, and we lose Northern Cape, and ultimately lose the country. At that time, comrades, there was no tribalist MK party. MK party further compounded the problem, and they found the movement at its weakest. I further argue, comrades, that the MK party is not the source of our electoral decline, though. The MK party, the PA, are not the sources of our electoral decline as a movement, as a Marxist analysis. Neoliberal austerity, economic trajectory, corruption, and state capture are the main sources of the present political quagmire. Neoliberalism is responsible for the rising cost of living, that you can't meet your basic needs as a worker. Austerity is responsible for budget cuts in departments, in schools, etc. Not MK party, not any other organization. And that our movement can't meet the needs of our people. And our people then begins to lose confidence and say, then if the ANC can't deliver water, can't build the roads, crisis of NSFAS, can't fund students, can't fund hospitals, can't fund CCMA commissioners, why must I therefore vote for the ANC? We said, the SACP, the ANC must choose between those who vote for it, the workers and the poor, or international market capitalist forces. Forces who continue to impose their agenda. What direction you must take? Forces who don't vote. OECD countries, the IMF and the World Bank don't vote for the ANC. You workers and the poor are the ones who vote for the ANC to power. Asithathwathwanga, comrades. It is because of the trajectory. When you as a worker, for example, you declare dispute with the CCMA, it takes time. On the basis that there is shortage of CCMA commissioners. That in the countryside, Department of Labor can't reach workers, and workers from Lensbeck are made to travel more than 280 kilometers to Beaufort West just to access the Department of Labor. Yet that worker, ufumana a salary, a wages of even less than a minimum wage an hour, is made to do that travel. So, and the fullness in dealing with this particular question, issues of corruption. I further argue, comrades, that that neoliberal policies inevitably constrain government to meet these basic needs, as I argue. Then, comrades, where were we, though, as the SACP? Where were we, though, as a labor movement, including Sadtu? In a form of COSATU in this instance. An analysis of the state and the capacity of the SACP and COSATU and their individual and collective leadership capacity to pursue the class struggle should be conducted. Don't praise singers. See, engage. What is the state of the party today and its capacity to deepen, to advance, to consolidate a socialist-oriented national democratic revolution? And equally, what is the capacity of the federation in this instance? And to what extent are these two formations coherent on the trajectory we should take? I must, comrades, make this statement as I made this statement at the COSATU's last Shop Steward Council to say, proxies of market forces from within the ANC would not be this brazen and strong if some amongst us were not captured. If the party and the parent on the strategic path our revolution must take. As a result, comrades, the internal political discourse about the reconfiguration of the alliance exposed the political weakness of the reconfiguration of the alliance with no concrete work on it and ensure that we agree on its tenets. The resuscitation of the reconfiguration of the debate in COSATU. Radicals within the party believe that the NDR was to take up leadership. Because the ANC, comrades, has no God-given responsibility. What then becomes our leadership responsibility in deepening and advancing the NDR as the left exists in the NDR in this instance? Whilst moderates within our formation believed that the current state of affairs should remain. And that posture was and continues to be as a result of one's location. Yeah, Benson, today we MPL, we are changing the lot. We can no longer hear your location, comrades, must not determine your thinking and how you must do things. Marxism-Leninism must be the one that shapes our thinking and our posture in this instance. Not because I'm comfortable where I'm located as an individual in this instance. Now, it is for this reason that the posture and conduct of the moderate forces made us believe that there are proxies of market forces within the socialist exist, and thus neoliberal austerity have been emboldened. In the alliance, Makabani, consulting us it just becomes an academic exercise to tick off the checklist that we met with them. ayikho into yokuthi let's meet with the ANC, SACP, let's meet with Sadtu for meaningful engagement. That is why here in the province, they can party decisions on a, I'll get to that particular point later though. Comrades, we also ask the question as a party, given the recent developments from yesterday in this instance, is it a coincidence that the ANC-headed alliance constituted what is called Government of National Unity with the pro-Zionist forces, such as the DA, the IFP, and the PA? Is it a coincidence? What was the role of big capital in this instance? In these negotiations, where was capital? Where were the markets? What was their role? The Ruperts, the Oppenheimers, etc. Where were they in this instance? Are we looking west or east? We prefer the latter. Where will this place, comrades? Where will this place, comrades? Is it Sadtu on the international front? Where will this place us on the BRICS bloc? Who are our international friends? West or East? Whose interest is this GNU serve? In the province, comrades, we shall confront the DA and we shall roll back the DA's anti-poor and pro-Zionist agenda. We shall, in the provincial legislature and outside the legislature, deepen and intensify the principled struggle against the persisting socio-economic justice in the province and the struggle for the liberation of the people of Palestine with no apology. You know, comrades, I was angry at the chamber. I approached the Premier Windy. Did yeah? The 5 years is going to be tough for you. We are going to roll back the neoliberal and pro-Zionist agenda. We'll place on the agenda the agenda drawn from the Freedom Charter. He laughed at me and he has this to say. No, the neoliberal and the pro-Zionists will be enabled now at a national level. At that time, comrades, I was not aware that actually the sealed on our face, and some of the comrades were there. Nabo were shocked. Yeah? Now, is this not going to cause a rupture within the movement and within the alliance? What about the base? I'm posing these questions as a basis for you to discuss them. I'm not imposing any position, but posing questions for trade unionists to engage. The ANC-headed alliance in the legislature, I think, stand a better chance to expose the barbaric, inhuman, and violent nature of neoliberalism and place the progressive agenda whose content is drawn from. We stand better chances because the newly constituted provincial executive, headed by Alan Wind, is weak, uninspiring, and constitutive of recycling elements. And once again, comrades, have been dealt with once again. Some kitchen girls who were in the cabinet and garden boys are no longer there by one. The DA is clear. It is anti-black, irrespective, and it is worse at an economic level. And they have increased their white representation in the legislature. They are consolidating themselves and showing all of us that they are a white party and they are a party of conservative liberals. As we as a movement seeks to appease everybody. as a consequence of that, get doubted, even by the motive forces of our revolution. There is no doubt in our mind that under the current administration, the crisis of unplaced learners and overcrowding will persist. Road and transport infrastructure will continue to benefit the rich, and crime and extortion in working class townships will persist. We shall resist, comrades, any flirtation with neoliberal and Zionist policies, and no amount of GNU must intimidate those deployed in the Western Cape legislature in this instance. We know, Tina. Here, we have an experience. We know how we, as black and working class, treated in Khayelitsha, in Mitchell's Plain, in Citrus Dal, in Beaufort West, etc. The DA will never like us. The DA will never deploy resources to black working class communities. The DA will never expand e-rails in this province. The DA, comrades, is not committed to serving the workers and the poor. In and outside the state, we ought to challenge and confront the DA government. So, what is our position, comrades? Therefore, comrades, the post-2024 general election political moment is as a result of the capture of dominant section of our leadership within the alliance by international capitalist market forces. Thus, the so-called GNU, it appears, serves as a realignment of class forces and consolidation of their neoliberal agenda. Therefore, the class character of GNU is neoliberalism. Oh, I should have posed the question, what is the class character of this GNU? But we can't be made to ask questions for the next 5 years. Masibize ngobuyona. We are made to believe that there will be principled agreements in this instance. So what is the position of the SACP? The SACP took a decision that given the outcomes of the elections, the NCA alliance should form a minority government with GNU features, but exclude neoliberal Zionist DA and the smash and grab parasitic the outcomes of the elections. The SSB alliance should form a minority government with GNU features, but exclude the neoliberal Zionist DA and the smash and grab parasitic state capture criminal network. We argue that the DA company represents the interests of international market forces, Bank and the OECD countries. Therefore, any coalition government with them will auction. No, what do we mean when we talk about national sovereignty? Is the right to self-determination. We are not going to abandon coal in favor of IPPs. There were markets, comrades, on this one, want us to abandon coal in favor of IPPs. Want us to privatize SOEs. Do not want NHI. Markets, comrades, take deployment of resources to education, etc., as reckless spending, including a salary increase of markets. That's the agenda of markets. And markets today were made. No. Workers must discuss this question. Now, comrades, MK party also represents regressive ethnic chauvinism. What do you call conservative nationalism? By the way, comrades, this conservative Zulu nationalism has been existing in the body politics of our movement. And the former President Zuma has been to around 2005 in this instance. And many of us are slogan 100% Zulu boy. What's that? That's a regressive tendency we should have confronted, but unfortunately, as they were hugging with this person, you workers made this monster. You workers and ourselves, we made it. Also, the political party is on the left. Thus, I argue that there is nothing left about the conservative Xhosa nationalist UDM. The conservative colored nationalist PA. There's nothing left about. But where is the left? Where is the left party, the SACP in this instance? Is being hijacked by such populist demagogues in this instance. Comrades, heading towards extinction in the province. Let me express it in a cause. I've been making this, somebody was reminding me. I think it's the guys from the SAPC. I think I was addressing someone. Just summarizing the state of our revolution. Inhloko yethu ijonge ezantsi. Inhloko yethu ijonge ezantsi, umswane uthe khaxe emathatheni. Logically, should you sneeze, what happens? So, sipha comrades. Hands umswane uthe khaxa emathatheni. Point is, xa ubekhe sathimla kuza kwenzeka ntoni na? The outcomes actual of this election represent that analogy, if you like. All organs of the alliance have their shared responsibility for our electoral performance in the province. Whilst there's that deterioration of structures, social distance, and the crisis of leadership are sources of the problem. Compounding the problem further is the immense criminal network in the province. This criminal network, comrades, seeks to capture the ANC as their vehicle. I argue that the ANC as an organization has no control, neither in the Bureau municipalities. But the smash and grab patronage criminal network is in charge. I'm making this conversation here. Can the ANC as an organization account about the happenings in the Central Karoo, in Naisna, in Tita? Issues of appointment, but what we know, individuals are in charge, not the collective organization. If comrades, and that's the position we should put forward, and present two options. The ANC should either move from the coalition in the Central Karoo, in Naisna, in TWK, in Bito, and reclaim its authority and power to counter the municipality, or hold those deployed. If Makabane, ANC can take charge as an organization, we must withdraw. We are not for withdrawal though, but we can't be subordinated to the parasitic patronage criminal network. Campaign for the ANC to be in power. We campaign together, but they deployed alone. That must come to an end. As a consequence of that, we are complicit as a movement on the growing conservative colored nationalist party, PA. Was the PA comrades used state power in these municipalities to leverage their political program? Those controlling these municipalities on our behalf use state power to leverage their pockets. There is no evidence state power in these areas were leveraged for the. We are conducting an analysis on how we performed in the central car. But what I can tell, I can report to you is that we were voted by a mere 5,000 voters in the central. The ANC national government built a skills center. It's a white elephant, is collapsing because the municipality is refusing to fund the skills center, bringing centers in the outskirts, in the rural part of our province. Njani? In the province, comrades, also we are bent on using power or deployment to distribute patronage. It is for this reason that the ANC in the province refused to consult with the alliance on the deployment matters and even on the constitution of the political community legislature. Permanent NCOP rep because of their subjective interest, not of the organization, but of certain elements. These are issues which I think is important for us to deal with. How must we reposition our alliance? We are going to make this analysis, comrades. And comrades, I want to, because there is a lumpen posture, political posture emerging, which has the potential, comrades, to expose our clarity about our historic international solidarity as liberation forces, seeking to insult our people from the Muslim community as if our support for the liberation of the people of Palestine has primarily to do with them voting ANC. We remain who face butcher, who are murdered in Palestine. Elections by whether our people will vote ANC or not. Some of us, our lack of grasp of the theory of our movement, what it stands for in such matters. I find it insulting, comrades, and undermining our movement. Even tomorrow, when there are marches which you must initiate, as workers, you must be in the forefront. We must end them, work with them, make them understand and why it is important to vote ANC in this instance. Comrade President, as I sit down, I want to wish this PGC ukuba ingaxoxa everything in the form of taking stock and develop a clear program of action moving forward. reposition this particular union in the province. And we have no doubt that you are capable of moving to another level, because this union has been growing, and this union has been supportive, Comrade Sadtu. From the time of Comrade Jonathan as the provincial secretary till now, to ensure that the Communist Party is not liquidated but is able to function. As you recall, that it has no resource amongst other things. But what we think is important, we need to discuss, is the issue of joint programs. The relationship between Sadtu and the should not be confined to the signing of a check or mere 15 minutes messages of support, but need to go beyond that and see characterized as a revolutionary relations. Very much.
Aqeqeshi wa makerela eyodwa Aqeqeshi wa makerela oh eyodwa yeyodwa socialism oh yeyodwa socialism aqeqeshi wa makerela umanisi aqeqeshi wa makerela aqeqeshi wa makomanisi oh yeyodwa oh yeyodwa socialism
Mandla Yeah, thanks a lot to the Nopala Makomanis. I think it's a very tough contest between Comrade Sakom Uzoch with a mic. It's a very tough contest, the comrades. Comrades, thanks a lot to the South African Communist Party. And as per tradition of the organization, comrades, all the deliberations and the inputs from our alliance partners, inclusive of the Secretariat report that's going to be tabled by the Secretariat here, are critical resources for commissions in terms of us coming out of this conference with policies and resolutions taking the organization forward. Comrade, the next two speakers, it's a message of support from both the student chapter, and then after the student chapter, SASCO. Comrades, can we then
Viva Sadtu, viva! Viva Sadtu, viva! Mandela, away too. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. After the SACP, normally you don't call anyone. This is our political hub. So, after calling SACP, you close. Thank you, Chair. My name is Siyanda Mtimkulu, the National Convener of Sadtu Student Chapter. Allow me, Slalo, to extend my greetings to the President of Sadtu, Comrade Mahope Mapila, National Working Committee present here. I see the VP of Education, Comrade Faseha, NEC members, if there is any, PWC members, all delegates, PS of SACP, you are also greeted.
the leadership of Sadtu Student Chapter present here, led Comrade Aneziwe Mzini. Let me also extend my greetings to you, daughters and sons of the. I'm referring to all members of Sadtu, even those who are streaming online. Perhaps one shall start by acknowledging and further extending gratitude in this august program of Western Cape Province, as Sadtu Student Chapter. And we must let you know, comrades, we appreciate you. Let me start by making a disclaimer, Nopala Makomanis, to say we are here to provide and give a message of solidarity. Student Chapter to start to be looking as we want populism. We are not dramatic. Had it been we wanted to do it drama, we'll be there in generations. The Student Chapter must be celebrated as it remains the gains of Sadtu, the idea that lived for decades without implementation or execution, which resurfaced again in the National General Council of 2017. We shall commend you forces for allowing us in a space to grow, learn amongst you as aspirant educators. You must applaud yourselves for being part of history-making, comrades of Western Cape. So many comrades who led this Sadtu, they wanted to be part and witness the existence of this gigantic student body movement of the progressive union in the public sector. But they have left without making the history you envisaged today. It will be a grave offense not to thank the General Secretary of Sadtu, Comrade Dr. Mgwena Maluleke, for trusting the youngsters in implementing the idea which lived for so long with no execution. We shall as well thank the National Working Committee for always supporting the Sadtu Student Chapter. We also extend our gratitude and thanks to a collective of National Executive Committee members. Now, our main existence, comrade, is to mobilize students, teachers in all institutions of higher learning to emancipate them politically, policies of Sadtu at large. We exist to enhance their ideological understanding, to enhance their class consciousness. Of course, that is done through the political interventions. We want the student teachers to join you in the field with no hesitation as to which union to join. For us, it's only Sadtu or nothing. We exist to champion issues of student teachers which pertains only the Faculty of Education with understanding of our PYA allies, exist to assist society in the institutions. For an example, during teaching practices, SASCO cannot help because schools are out of their scope of operation. Then the question arises as to who shall represent our brothers and sisters. That's where we enter as Sadtu Student Chapter, working in collaboration with Sadtu, understanding schools are an operational space of the mother body. We are fighting. Oh, my president. Now, the president had talked about the issue of Funza Lushaga. It's a pity because I believe the president write my speech. In my speech, President, you are saying we are fighting for equality among student teachers and graduates regarding post-level 1's employment strategies. Graduates should be treated the same and equally. This thing of Funza Lushaga bursary holders given priority should come to an end. This myopic mechanism is causing anxiety to NSFAS-funded graduate employing, leaving behind a graduate who had been supported through a self-funded, NSFAS-funded and Funza Lushaga-funded bursary graduate shall be using the same mechanism. They will be working for the same Department of Education. So why should they be this discrimination must stop now and today, President. We call upon the union to execute this plan in support of our graduates and sisters and brothers, comrades, and some which are not our comrades. The conduct and behavior which amongst them, I don't believe most of them are members of Sadtu. But we do have members of Sadtu who are doing this. Now, what they do, they start refusing to accept student teachers in their schools where they are heading. They shall be reminded that schools are public. They must stop monopolizing them as their assets. We are fighting against monopolization, yet some are only preaching but practicing otherwise. Given an opportunity to practice and acquired experience through the same teaching practice, non-discriminatory organization. We are fighting for all kinds of abuse to our student teachers during teaching practices. We say no to molestation of our fellows. Their main aim is to gain experience through education guidance, not to be forced in a stinky, filthy relationships. Not to become boyfriends or girlfriends. None dare to make it their duty to buy cigarettes during break time. None dare to make them their duty to prepare coffee during break time. You must be reminded there are no janitors, no uppers during break time. Leaders of Sadtu, members of Sadtu, rise above in defense of our student teachers. Be a pillar, continue to be beacons of hope beyond your job description. Because in the workplace, you both become colleagues. Well, start treating them as such. Let us make the working environment conducive for all of us. That is all what we exist for as a Sadtu student chapter. A brief reminder, comrades, it's a year of your Congress, year Sadtu. We want to remind comrades who will be there as non-voting delegates, who will be invited as non-voting delegates. Therefore, none dare to drag a student chapter to his or her shenanigans which are guided by ill-gotten interest, with no political ideology rather than guided by self-interest. Chapter is not a scapegoat of leaders, nor a established organization to pursue personal agendas, nor a stepchild of this organization. We shall indicate to you that we appreciate the leadership of the union for always understanding the above, hence the invitation to most programs of the union. Those who are not doing so must start to take the initiative of the organization serious. There is no one who's bigger than the organization itself. We must defend, implement the resolution of the organization. I cannot descend this stage, comrades, without briefly reflecting about what is happening in this country. We are also affected as you are. Comrades, we must reflect and analyze where did we go wrong, what happened to our beloved country. A thorough introspection to understand what we are faced with as the country. We believe in the policies of the African National Congress, which are a pillar of our country growth and development. Moreover, the stability we have today is as the result of the policies of the African National Congress. We are fresh from national general elections where sacrificing your time, sleepless nights helping the poorest of the poor, running out on to persuade masters of crime, gangsterism, who appeared priests in front of the public and your good selves. Your sacrifices were unimaginable in defense of our forefathers who died in the midst of liberating this country. How can we? This country. I'm referring to those leaders who never abandoned ideology for the citizens of the country. They may be gone, but the ideology will live forever. And respect education sector. Education sector is not a weapon. They must be remembered, it's not a bargaining weapon. We must, education sector should not be sold to the oppressors. Remember our heroes and heroines whose blood is in the hands of imperialists and oppressors of this country. National unity will work for us. We have witnessed the unfavorable conditions. Their worst enemies are African people. It becomes worse if you are a black man. According to any worker, they are fighting against minimum wages. They are in defense of capitalism and privatization to the nails to scratch out our Labor Relations Act. Hence the moonshot strategy they started. Refuse to be the pioneer of your own oppression as others. There is no better devil, they are worse than others. An oppressor will remain the oppressor regardless of him or her person. In saying so, let us keep our soul speaking as if they are in a tournament, whereas we want service delivery as people of this. Therefore, African National Congress shall start taking people of South Africa serious and shall start taking the Western Cape province a good and happy national general.
Especially this front row with a lot of school. We really appreciate your contribution to this council meeting. SASCO, which is a product student formations at institutions of higher learning, dating as far back as
Balone konde Tina sifunu no balone kondenti Pala Tina Tina Amandla. Long live Sadtu, Sadtu, long live Sadtu, Sadtu, long live. Long live Sadtu SC, long live. Long live Sadtu SC, long live. Amandla. Leadership of Sadtu in the province. Leadership of the ANC, leadership of the SAC, leadership of equal education, our ally in institution. Greet you all, comrades, all protocols observed. We are delighted as a clear depiction of our long-standing relationship with SADC and generally at a national level. Esteemed comrades of Sadtu, on behalf of SASCO and unwavering solidarity to you, the dedicated. We stand shoulder to shoulder with you today, recognizing the vital role you play in shaping the minds and futures of South Africans. We acknowledge the tireless to nurture the intellectual development of our students. They fight for the very soul of our nation. It is a fight for social justice, economy, and a future where all South Africans, regardless of their background, have the opportunity of their race, class, or gender. We're saying as SASCO, we do not have a view as the students of this country, but rather within this country, we say that we are captured. We're saying that we stand in solidarity with SASCO Benson earlier. He asked me a particular question that nizawuthini ningabafundi nango NSFAS uyacollapse. Now, this is a very trick in this province. We're saying that this current moment is under administration, and the learners that you teach actually further their education. You might be wasting your learners because you have the hope in the state, which itself in terms of what the future holds for us. But nonetheless, we're saying that we demand our government prioritizes education and allocates sufficient resources adequately equipped, staffed, and supported. We're saying that away with the austerity measures, because it's the main reason that we find ourselves in this predicament as it relates to NSFAS. It is a result of the cutting of budgets. We're saying that we speak to the improved teacher working conditions, that you guys deserve a fair wage. We're saying that equally, the quality of curriculum and the rebuilding this country. We're saying that we've been speaking, what does it mean in this current context to decolonize going forward? Where are they going? What are they plowing back? What is their patriotic response level? Everyone is for themselves. At least in Harvard, in a classroom, you are all facing a particular goal of finishing that 12 years. Others are trying to achieve masters, just get a job. We're saying that we are with you in addressing the challenges of inequality, to dismantle the systematic inequalities that continue to plague our education system. Let us strive for an education system that provides lastly, I'm saying dramatic level, particularly as it relates to collaboration. The convener of the student SC of Sadtu spoke about the fact that when you leave institutions of higher learning, you no longer find SASCO, and that SASCO's jobs there. But as SASCO, we have a principle that before we were students, we are members of our community. We are saying that that is a role that we can equally play together, hand in hand. For example, I'll make a simple example as it relates to the transition of learners to higher education, that it can be a seamless and very motivated, road where SASCO is involved in the space, because every day we receive emails ourselves about these opportunities, which perhaps yourselves as teachers may also not be. This is a program that is very close to my heart, because even when Comrade Sbongile, before she became the PS, in our first meeting that we had, I shared the very same vision that transition needs to go seamless, that even ourselves as SASCO are currently facing a trouble in terms of leading in institutions of higher learning. Sadly, SASCO is not in charge of any institution of higher learning within the Western Cape. That is a challenge that we're facing. And such a relationship will help in restoring that we've once enjoyed as the student movement. That if we begin nurturing learners at that level and not just focusing on getting them to recognize and feel a responsibility once they get to the level of high, continue with the struggle that they were introduced to from a level of basic education. It's as the same as Mhlambi trying to fix the education system where learners do not only start being exposed to things like technology, robotics, thing that is now making money, which is the tech, the space that everyone lives in currently. Because if we're being honest, the digital or the fourth industrial revolution has come and gone. And where are we as South Africa in joining everyone? Yes, we must give credit the way it's due in terms of, the government and the role that it's playing through the Department of Communications in trying to, with, computer labs. But we're saying that that is not enough. We're saying that coding, for example, ever expose their learners to such a thing, which is very mainstream a field that perhaps you barely find learners that are equipped with such skills coming from a basic education, and that even myself, I only got exposed to such once I got to a university. Competing at international markets in terms of education, we are competing with people that get exposed to this at grade 4. We're speaking of students that are going to be competing with learners coming, by the way, because they're at grade 4, at grade 3, they're already learning robotics. And here is that the new age decolonialization of our education system has to start at that what is this curriculum, what is this CAPS that perhaps we're teaching to our learners? I would like to say that we're confident that through our collective efforts, we can build a brighter future for our nation. And let us continue working together to create a society where education is truly a right and not a privilege. Amandla. Away.
Umnyaka lokujamba sapha. Mandla. Comrades, we have now reached the stage whereby this will then be treated as a sacred space that only those of us that no media except, of course, our own media that is here should be allowed inside the house. Coming up, Comrade Pierce again to come and stand here. We will then invite the Provincial Secretariat,